Hello everyone, this is Dimitri with Ukidz LLC, UGears US. Today we're going to be doing another assembly of a wonderful UGears model, Serenity Dream. I think this is going to be the first, well no, I've done the tugboat, but we do have a trimaran with the sails, and now this is going to be a second model with the sail. There's also a beauty yacht, which is a mini model. I'm not going to be doing that one. I'm just gonna give it or leave it up to you. It's a small, very simple model, so you don't need any guidance, I hope. Well, and if you do, just leave a comment. Maybe I'll do it one day. So in either case, this is Serenity Dream, UGears mechanical model kit. Consists of 365 pieces and supposed to take me about 9 hours to put it together. It is advanced level. My assumption that probably putting the sails on that's going to take the most amount of time. Well, in either case, let's do the box opening. So I'm just going to feed that little tool in here, which is my little precision file, and kind of apply a little bit of a pressure to open it up. So let's get this out and see what we have to deal with. All right, so we don't need the box anymore. I got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, only 5 panels this time. Well, even with only 5 panels, it probably also gonna take a lot. We have a manual. We do have 2 sails in here. We have a cord, and we do have a little envelope with a spring. We have a little wax stick in here, sandpaper. I have quite a few sandpapers now. I'm gonna put the spring inside the box so I don't lose it. There's, I guess, some kind of washer in here. I'm not sure what this guy is for. And there's a couple rubber bands. Maybe 3 rubber bands, so 1 small and 2 a little bit larger. So that should be part of our assembly. I'm gonna put that box aside, and we're gonna go with the manual. So Serenity Dream by UGears mechanical models. First page, remove the parts from the board very carefully. Make sure you wax everything. Check mechanical connection for the proper operation. No glue required for the assembly. Do not burn the candle wax to make it lighter or softer. And let's see, page number 3 has some symbols that we're gonna see through the assembly instructions. The first symbol is a little gear, candle wax, and a toothpick. UGears models used to use toothpicks in a lot of their models back some years ago. Now most of the new models come out without them, but hence the little symbol. And tea light candle is one of my favorites to go to if you guys run out of the stick. Tea light candle, usually the wax is softer, it melts on at higher temperatures, so a little bit easier to put it on, and it doesn't crumble as easy as the sticks that they provide in the kit. Sandpaper that we need to sand the parts when required. Exclamation mark is pay attention to make sure that you assemble it correctly, because there's some kind of directionality. A little fan, make sure the parts are moving easily within the assembly. 2 gears with arrows, that means you need to check the mechanical connection and that everything operates properly. 2 boards with arrows towards inside with a cross or the slash mark across, means do not snap the parts together all the way. And then the next sign right after it says do snap the parts all the way. Ruler, obviously, to take measurements. Usually the ruler is provided in the manual, or in my case, I have a nice convenient self-healing mat here with the markings on the sizes. And then scissors, obviously, that means you need to cut. Center of the page has, well, all the spare components that are included with the assembly. So you will find them on the boards. They're not in any particular location. They could be all over the place. Normally they're identified by a little plus sign right next to them, stating it is a spare component. So if you see that plus sign, that means it's a spare. It should be original. I mean, you can use one or the other. That means you're going to have an original left without untouched. So here's an example, little plus sign. That's a 124 spares. Here's the original ones. Another 135 spare with a little plus. So those are it. If you break a part before contacting us or the manufacturer, you can check the boards, or you can check that page number 3 for the spare components. If it is here, you can use it, and then if it's not, then you can contact us for the spare parts or manufacturer. Our email is info@ugears.us. Manufacturer is customer service at ugearsmodels.com. And then their website is ugearsmodels.com, where you can order them directly on the website. If you purchase the model through us, our website, ugears.us or ukidstoys.com, or at one of your local stores, which I highly recommend to buy it from them. We do have a very nice relationship with pretty much every single one that is out there. So if you see our models there, they're most likely coming through us. And if you purchase there, we will ship from the US warehouse the replacement parts as long as we have them in stock. Otherwise, we will forward the order to the manufacturer, or you can go there directly and place the order through them. And if you didn't buy it through us, if you bought it from Amazon or a manufacturer directly, we will replace the parts with a small shipping fee. The part is still free, but we're just going to charge the shipping fee to cover that expense. Anyway, continue on page number 3 on the bottom. There is a the helping tool, which is on board number 3. If you take the board, bottom right has that H tool, so that's going to help you through the assembly to push the parts out or to snap the parts together, or for whatever any other reason. All right, let's move into page number 4 and start our assembly. We're on page number 4, step number 1. We need part number 1, which is on board number 1, and bunch of parts number 2. So part number 1 is the top right corner. Go ahead and push it out, and then parts number 2, they're also somewhere on board number 1. And let's see where they at. There's 3 a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. Then there is 2 below the middle on the right hand side, right at the edge. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got 5. Then there's 2 more kind of like in the middle of the bottom right quadrant of board number 1. And then these guys gonna go all around this circle in the corresponding holes. So if they don't insert very easily into the slots, my recommendation would be pre-inserted. Then use your helping tool to push them in. So we got 7 holes, 7 parts. Kind of pre-inserting them just to show you. I mean, I could probably snap them in, but I usually use the tool and to just go around and make sure every single part is seated nice and tight in those holes. So moving on to page number 2, we need parts number 3, 4, 5, and 6. Also on board number 1. 3 is a little below the middle, right at the middle on the right hand side. 4 is a little bit to the left of it, or 1 over. Part number 5. Let's see, part number 5. We need to find that. That's gonna be. We just need 1, and it's going to be in the bottom right next to the bottom right 2s. So there's part number 5, and then part number 6 is a little bit above the middle on the right hand side there. All right, so part number 5 does have little grooves where the connection points are at, so we don't really need to sand it. I mean, if you can, just in case, I recommend to reduce any friction, because that's where the problem comes in usually at the end of the assembly, is the friction. So I'm just gonna wax it all around. Okay, so we got part number 4, 3. 3 goes into the fork of number 4. And then 5 is gonna go from the right hand side, from the longer side of 4, and it's gonna go over part number 3 and 4. And then you push it in, as not as far. I guess right at the edge. And then part number 6, we push it all the way as far as it can go, which is right up to that connection point between 3 and 4 and 5. All right, so it should look like this. 6 all the way as far as it can go. 5, I butted against it. Then on 3 and 4, so that's our A1, put it aside. And then step number 1 on the bottom left, we need part number 7. Is a diagonal from part number 6, top right quadrant. We need to sand. I'm gonna take that little sandpaper, make sure we remove all our connection points. And we do need to these little touch on these little pins, and we need to wax these little pins on the left and right hand side. We take our sub-assembly with this little hook facing towards the right side. We can insert part number A1 from right into the sub-assembly, that first hole, with the thicker portion away from you, so that one hole at the front. And then your little part number 4 should the dark portion should be facing up and down, like in the y direction. So as you hold it like this, part number 7 is going to go from left hand side, and make sure that little pins going in a horizontal direction. So while that one is in the vertical, that's the way it needs to go in. And then we just leave it as is. Moving on to the step number 2, need two parts number 5, 8, 9, and 10. So the second part number 5 is right below the first one that we just pulled out, and we need to look for the let's see, for another one, part number 5. Oh, there's a bunch of them on the bottom right corner, so take it away. Part number 8 is going to be right at the center at the top. And then 9 and 10, it's going to be, let's see, 9 and 10, how they look like. Bottom left, right at the edge there. Alrighty, so we do need to sand and wax. I use my precision file for that kind of work. Recommend, they're not that expensive, especially if you get them off of Amazon. Been using it for a few years now. And then I'm not gonna sand these guys because the connection points should be all within the little grooves. So I just need to wax number 5 all around. Both of those. And a little lip of part number 8, or whatever you want to call it, a little extension. So I'm just gonna wax it from both ends to be on a safe side. So number 10 is the one with the hole in here. The fork's gonna go one into the other all the way in. Then part number 8 gonna go with your tooth towards you, or as you insert the number 9 and 10 from right hand side. Make sure that number 8 is gonna go all the way in, and then we lock it up with part number 5. Make sure they move all the way to part number 8. Just like this. So that's your part A2 or subassembly A2. Moving on to the page number 5. While checking, make sure we're still recording. Step number 1 in the top left of the page, we need parts number 11 and 2 12s. Still on board number 1. At bottom left has all 3 parts on there, number 11 and 2 12s. The teeth on number 11 need to be waxed. And then with your little line, little burned out line here, facing to the right hand side, part number 12 gonna go from right into the part. All right, so there's only one way you can put them in, and squeeze them all the way in. This one doesn't. Oh, here we go. Just line it up and squeeze it all the way in. Make sure they're sitting nice and flush. Step number 2, we take our sub-assembly again. We turn it around and need to come back, because I inserted these parts from the wrong direction. So they should be inserted from bottom while I inserted from the top. Right away, right off the start, made a mistake. I apologize for that. Good thing we are not too far into the assembly, so it needs to go from the side where there is no drawing on it. So it's forget me or forgive me. Don't forget me, but forgive me as I made that mistake, and I'll try to pay more attention. I mean, these days are long nowadays, you know. It's not winter, it's almost springtime, so I want to say it's spring, but it still kind of doesn't feel like it yet. All right, so just put it back on. These things is wobbling, so all right, so back on to page number 5. We need, these pins are away from you, so our A2 is going to go through this little hole where it's drawing on the right hand side, and then the little teeth of that part going to go on from the left hand side. So we push it all the way in as far as it can go, and we lock it with part number 5, bottom right. Same thing with part number 5 that needs to be waxed all around. And I feel so bad that I made that mistake. It's supposed to be instructions, not, but once again, it's fairly forgiving, this sub-assembly or assemblies. And so a lot of times you can fix it on the spot. Alrighty, so we're done with step number 2. Turn it around, and moving on to step number 3 on the bottom, we need part number 13 and 5. So part number 13 is going to be at the top right corner, and part number 5 on the bottom right. Once again, for sure we need to wax part number 5, and for sure we need to wax all the teeth on part number 13. So just go around, make sure you wax all of them. And we need to put it over this sub-assembly here with the teeth not in any specific direction, but I'm assuming they need to engage. And then we lock it up with part number 5. All right, so there's no engagement necessary at this moment. All right, so in my case, this part is falling out. I'm just gonna keep it towards up. Moving on to the step number 4 on page number 5. I need parts number 14, 15, 16, 2 16s, and 17. So 14 and 15 are gonna be right at the middle on the right hand side. So we got 14 and 15. 16's gonna be right at the center on the bottom here. And then 17 is a little bit to the right of part number 16. So one little piece. That one, once again, the grooves are there, so it just needs waxing. You can sand it if you want, but just making sure. And then every single tooth of this part number 16 does need to be waxed. Keep in mind that once you put the wax on, it will have a little bit of friction up until you start working it in. So in the beginning, once you start working the mechanism, you're gonna feel little tensions, and then once all the parts settle, all the wax is gonna be, all the excess wax removed from the sub-assemblies and stuff, you know, then it's gonna start moving. And eventually, as you work it in, it'll move better and better and better every single time. Not sure, I'm just gonna wax the sides here on part number 13 and 14 and 15. I'm not sure if it's pointing to the flat surfaces or not. So 14 from the back into 15. Then we're gonna take this sub-assembly with this hole facing towards you bottom. We're gonna go through. All right, this guy's falling out. Keep on forgetting that it is. We're gonna go from the left-hand side as for part number 14 and 15 through the second hole from the top. And then that part's gonna go all the way in. And then we insert number 16 with this little dot facing you, vertical. Doesn't matter which direction it is, but your teeth are kind of facing clockwise direction if you look from the right hand side. And so that needs to go over 1, 2, both of them are the same, they need to match. So like if you flip it over, your teeth not gonna match most likely. Let me try. If we flip it over, yeah, your teeth will not, they will, but maybe they're a little offset. So make sure these two holes are in the same spot, and then lock it up with part number 17. And then that cannot go anywhere, right? So it's gonna just sit in there, kind of like free spinning. And one of my parts is keep on falling off. Hole's a little bit bigger than needed. All right, that was A3. Our next step on page number 6, we need part number 18, 20, and 2 19s. Once again, we're still on board number 1. 18 and 20 are on the left-hand side. I'm not sure which one. Left, I'm gonna do 18 on the left, 20 on the right, just to be on the safe side. And your 19s, 2 19s are a little below the middle on the left-hand side. So 1 and 2. They go in flip-flop. So 20 is going to be on the top, 18 is going to be on the bottom. All right, I see the holes are different, that's why. So 18, I guess it wouldn't matter at the end of the day, but put 19 one way and the other one is the opposite direction. And then slap over the part number 20 over the top, and just make sure you squeeze them nice and tight together. Then we need a metal spring that I have put inside, and with this little lip facing you, This part number 20 with the 2 tabs gonna go from the right hand side, from left hand side towards the right. Separate them a little bit and insert that flat portion in between these 2 parts. Once again, from left to right as that little lip on a spring. Didn't make it. Here you go. That little lip facing you. All right, as you insert it, it's gonna go only so far, and we need to lock it up with part number 21, which is also on board number 1 on the right hand side, right below the empty 2s there. So part 21 needs to be waxed for sure. And then that's gonna go and over these 2 parts and lock the spring on that assembly. Make sure it's all the way in, and then you can move the spring towards it. Alrighty, making sure that you guys are still with me. We're gonna take our sub-assembly with this hole towards you. The spring is gonna go from the side where the tabs are at. I'm not gonna bother with this guy for now. I'm just gonna put it aside so I don't lose it. So it's gonna go from left as we assembled it, going right, from right to left, sorry. Gonna put a little bit of wax in here. Alrighty, and let's see, we need to unwind it and bring it over to the other side. Unwind it, then we just need 1 loop in there in between the first and second or 2 loops, as much as you can, I guess. Bring it over to the other side. Not sure if I need to wind it back up. I guess it's just to hold it together. Alrighty, something like this. I don't know. That's what it looks like it, but keep it there for now. I see. Okay, so it doesn't have to be 1 loop, it could be a little bit more, but it's just we need to bring it over so it's not on the way for you during the rest of the assembly. So we're on page number 7, step number 1. We need parts number 19, 22, 23, and 25, and 24. All right, 2 19s, they're on the top left corner, right below the middle on the left-hand side. 2 19s. Part number 22 is going to be bottom left here, to the left of the center line. 22. 23 is right below it. Let's see, 25's bottom right above the 5s. So we just need 2 of those, 1 and 2. And we need 1 part number 24. It's right at the center, a little bit above the middle, right there. All right, so number 5s do need to be waxed. All around. Okay, and then let's see, 22, 19 is going to go in there with the thicker portion into it. And then 23, oh, I already put it wrong. So make sure that lip is towards you. So I'm just going to flip it over and insert these. Good thing I didn't insert them all the way just yet. And then same thing, lip is toward you, port number 23, then port number 24. With the shorter tab towards the top, you'll insert it into port number 22 there in the middle. There's a hole, so make sure it's nice and flush. And then 25s are on both ends of port number 24. And as you look at the part, we need to wax this little tooth here, the shorter tooth, and the larger tooth. All right, now that will go into them. Into hole right here. So with the larger tooth to the left, we're gonna go against this the two gears, start looking gears in here into the hole right above it. That's where it's going. And then we need to put part number 26, which is on the top left of the board number 1. Getting confused here for some reason. This longer portion away towards this hole. We're gonna put it over these gears, locking onto this round circle, right? So make sure your spring coming out in between these two bottom tabs. And now we need to put my gear back in. Just to make sure I don't forget it. And now I can lock everything in. So the gear. Make sure your holes fit nice and tight. Or everything fits in there, kind of pre-started, and then you can go around feeding everything in. Make sure that it locks in the way you need it to lock in. Our spring is still coming out in between the bottom two. Align the little parts. You can use a little helping tool just to get them aligned. And then once everything fits, should be able to snap it all together. Here you go. All the tabs are in, all the holes are through. Now we can put this part on here, but for now it's still falling off. So now we can turn it around, and we need to bring this back to the other side, just like this. And once you bring it in, we're gonna go, as we're facing this, we're gonna go clockwise to wind up the spring. So once you wind it up, there's going to be on the bottom this little tab that's going to be, as you're facing the winding mechanism, on the left hand side, this little tab, that's where the lip of the spring is going to go. So it's going to be tight as you're winding, and it's going to want to unwind. So just keep on going and push it in. Help yourself with the other finger just to make sure. It will try to snap back. Here you go. Mine is all the way in, and now it has to go over this little tab. Need to hold it, make sure it doesn't unwind, and I'm going to use my helping tool just to push it on all the way. So once you do that, carefully release the mechanism, and then the spring's just going to sit inside. With it being over the little tab, I'm just gonna apply a little bit more pressure because I don't see it being all the way. Now it is. And so All right, so that's for the spring. We're moving on to the page number 8. And let's see, this 30 times 180. We need to rotate this little mechanism right next to the right of the, it needs to go clockwise. We need to do about 30 times 180. So you're gonna feel a little resistance. So as you go more and more and more, eventually it's gonna start moving easier. With 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So by the time you reach 30, it should move nice and easy. I mean, obviously with a little bit of resistance, but it shouldn't get stuck like it did in the beginning for me at least. All right, so it's a mechanical component. You see the gears here. That's what you need to check as it moves through. And so all good here. All right, moving on to the step number 2. Drop that part on here just to make sure we don't lose it. Step number 2, we need parts number 17, 27, 28, and 29. So 20, they all somewhere here within the board number 1. So part number 17 is going to be bottom right quadrant. Here it is. It's kind of like in the middle. Part number 29 is within the part number 30. So just carefully remove it and put it aside. Part number 28 will be to the right of the center line in the bottom right quadrant here. And then part number 27 is a little bit below the middle on the right hand side of the board. All right, so we do need to wax part number 17. Once again, it's got the little dips for the connection point, so you should be just okay with just waxing it. And then of course we do need to wax the gear all around, make sure there are no burrs or no extra material sticking out somewhere, and just go around and wax every single tooth. And the way I do it, I just flip it around and wax it the opposite direction, or actually from the other side, so it's waxed on both sides. All right, and now I need to put part number 17 on the, actually we'll start with part number 28 onto the 27, and then it needs to go, I guess, as far as it can go, right onto this little step until it clears it. Maybe not all the way, but as far as it can go. Make sure it's nice and even though. Then part number 20, maybe I pushed it too far. Part number 17, up against it. And then your part number 29 over the part number 17. And that sub assembly is gonna go over into this little hole right here. So right next to the hole into the rectangular opening. And then wiggle it around and make sure you insert it. It sits all the way. I would put a little helping tool on the bottom there. Make sure we don't break the piece. And then insert that until it's a little bit through. Here we go. So it is rotational, but maybe that part number 28. So it should be nice and easy rotation around its axis for gear number 29. Moving on to the step number 3, we need parts number 31 and 30. So 30 is the one that we pushed the 29 out of on the left hand side of the center here. Make sure you remove all the extra pieces there that was holding it in. And then part number 31 is bottom to the right and a little bit below, diagonally from part number 30. And my 32 just fell out. I'm going to put it aside because I'm going to use it in the next step. All right, so for 31, we do need to wax these little tabs. And then 30, make sure once again there is no extra material around, and we need to wax it on inside and on outside. All right, so make sure that little dot is towards the top. That way the teeth are facing clockwise direction. And then you put it over the sub-assembly here, interlocking with the gear. And then our part number 31 is going to go within. And then the teeth should go the other direction. So they need to face counterclockwise direction. And it needs to go all the way down, going into the part number 30, just like this. And step number 4, we need parts number 32 and 33. And so I'm gonna rotate this a little bit, and I'm gonna put this one sideways. I don't remember if there was a hole in this one or not. Interlocking these two guys. I'm not sure if the directionality matters at this point of time. Probably doesn't matter much. Gonna put that part back on. Part number 32, we do need to sand and wax all around, so I'm just gonna wax. Once again, the cut points are inside the cut points are inside the little dips, with a thicker portion to the right. And then part number 33, also on board number 1, top right corner. That's gonna go into this little hole. It's symmetrical, so just squeeze it in as far as it can go. And step number 5, we put number 34 over it, which is on board number 2 in the center on the left hand side. We need 2 wax inside these little oval spots, cutouts on both sides. And then they will go over the round hole that's in horizontal direction is going to go over the spring tab. And the other one's going to go over the part that we just installed. So this doesn't get snapped just yet. The tab that we installed is going to go into the slot. And we're moving into the page number 9, step 6. So here we need parts number 35 and 5. 35 is a little to the left of the center. above the middle, and part number 5 is on the bottom right. 5, as always, needs to be waxed all around, and then obviously same with the 35 because it's got gears. You have gears, rule of thumb, you have gears, you need to wax them. All right, so that gear is gonna go over this little cross here all the way, and part number 5 is gonna go locking it in. And step number 7, we need 2 parts number 36. They're on board number 1, bottom right. There are 5 of them, so we just need 2 for this assembly. Don't lose them. And same thing, round pieces, waxed. That's our step number 7. And they're gonna go over the tab on the left hand side all the way in. Step number 8, we need part number 37 and 5. 37 is center towards the bottom here, and 5 bottom right. There's a bunch of them. Once again, all of these waxed all around. And they're gonna go on the right hand side on this little X tab, rod, axle, X axle, axle, no. Alrighty, remove extra wax just to be on the safe side. And that's gonna go over, and then 5 locking it in, just like this. And that's our sub-assembly A. Clean up your space if you need to. Check the video, make sure we're still running. Moving on to the step number 1 on the bottom there, bottom right. Need parts number 36, 38, 39, 40, and 41, still board number 1. So 36, bottom right. I just pulled one out, so that's the second one. Part number 38 is on the right hand side at the edge there. Part number 39 is going to be, let's see where's 39. A little bit right at the center to the right of the center line. Part number 40 is our nice gear to the left of the center line at the top here. And the last one, part number 41. 41's going to be, need to find it. That's going to be next to the parts number 16 to the right of the center line, just a little bit to the right of the center line. So obviously 41 needs to be waxed. 36 needs to be waxed. And both gears need to be waxed. And make sure there's no extra material there in between the gears, because that will prevent from moving them easily. There's a lot of gears again. Working in that mechanism is going to be a little tough. All right, and then our B1. Almost ready. So all the gears are waxed. We're gonna do part number 39. So 38 is gonna go in first from the top, from the thinner portion of it, as far as it can go, and then we lock it with 36, which is the smaller round piece, and then 40 is gonna go from the back as far as it can go, and then we lock it with the 41 on the back, on the bottom. That's our B1. Moving on to page number 10. Put B1 on the side. Gonna have to resort to a new stick of wax. We need parts number 25. That's bottom right here, the smaller ones. Part number 43. 43 is going to be right at the center at the bottom. 42 on the left hand side, left quadrant, almost at the edge. And 36. 36 is one of the other, like right next to the 25, the smaller one, with the rectangular hole in it. And once again, waxing all around. 25, that's gonna go on to part number 43 from the little T side, all the way in flush with the surface. And then your 42, make sure the teeth are waxed. And that one's gonna go from the other end as far as it can go, only that far, and 36 gonna lock it in. Also 36 push against number 42 as far as it can go. That's B2. Moving on to the step number 1 to the right of it, right in the middle of the top of the page. Parts number 47, 5, bottom right is 5. 47 will be, could be on board number 2. Gonna check. No, it's not. That's what I'm here for, to look for the parts. A little bit below the middle on the right hand side is 47. Part number 38, that's a top left gear, to the left of the center line, little gear. 45 and 46, I see the 46 right here on the right hand side, almost at the edge. And then 45 in the bottom left, a little U shape. 44 is the larger gear, is going to be the top right side. And then 5 we already pulled out, so. All right, 46 gonna go, 45 is gonna go into 46 2-4X. And then 44, we need 2 wax all around. I'm gonna use a different stick. That one's almost exhausted. I have a whole set of tea light candle from a store that starts with an I. And not gonna do any advertisement here. I guess I could. Can get them at IKEA for a wonderful $3.99 still. Maybe it has increased after some news. But there's hundreds of them in there. Like literally 100. So all these cylindrical surfaces need to be waxed. And part number 47 here. All right, so 47 is going to go into the tab, but we're going to do 38 first as far as it can go, and then lock it up with 47. And then from the other end, we're going to do 44 all the way, and then 5 is going to lock it up. And that's our B3. Moving on to step number 1 all the way to the left on the bottom. So this is going to be probably the last step on the page. I mean, we could pre-assemble it now, but not yet. I'll do it last on this page. So we're bottom left. Step number 1, parts number 50, 49, 48, and that little ring. Let's see. Let's check our boards. Parts number 50 are on board number 2 on the right hand side here. A little below the middle, right at the edge, 250s. 49 is going to be right above the middle on the right hand side also. 2 49s. 48 bottom right below the 50. So we got all 6 parts that we need from board number 2. And we just need, in this case, we just need to wax 50. All around. Then we need that little rubber washer. 48 is gonna go through. I'm gonna start one side. Oh, that little rubber washer is gonna go right in the middle. Another 49 on the other side. And then we'll lock it up with parts number 50 on both ends. Step number 2, we need part number 51 and two 52s. They're all on board number 2. So let's see, 52 on the right hand side, a little above the middle, and the other 52 is right at the center at the top. And then 51 would be a little below the middle on the right hand side. And I'm gonna do 51 into 52 first on one side. Then I'm gonna insert this little sub-assembly that we just did. And then I'm gonna lock it up with the other 52 on the other side. Make sure everything is seated nice and easy. I would rotate it as it's shown a little bit later on, just to make sure it's nice, spinning very nice and easy. Kind of like work it in. And then we need parts number 53, 54, and 55. Let's see where those parts at are. Probably on board number 2, be my assumption. So 53 is a little bit to the right of the center line, a little above the middle. And then 54 and 55 needs to look for that. 55 is right at the center at the top. That's going to be the last one to go on. And then we are looking for number 54, which is to the left of the center line all the way at the bottom. All right, so part number 54, we don't need to do anything. 53, we do need to wax, looks like the surfaces all around. I'm not really sure where it's pointing. So I'm waxing everywhere on 53, and then 55 all around. That's a smaller part. 54 does not need to be waxed. All right, so we're gonna insert 53 through the tab all the way as far as it can go. Then larger piece 54 is gonna go in all the way, locking it in, and then 55 over it. And that's the one that is waxed, smaller piece all the way. Make sure that hole is visible, and that's our B4. Once again, make sure that there is a free movement as shown in B4, that little fan symbol. So it should spin fairly easy. All right, and now we're on the step number 1 on the right hand side. We need 4 parts number 57, 58, 3 parts, 2 58s, 2 59s, and then 56. All right, so 56, 2 of them. We need 2. They're right in the middle on the left hand side of board number 2. We got 56, 2 of them. 4 57s, so one is to the left of the 56 one. A little bit above 2, 3, and looks like I was missing one. Hopefully there's a spare. That piece was burned out. And I don't see it anywhere around. So I need 4 of 57s. Okay, let's come back. 58. We're on board number 3. There is a 58 to the right of the center line at the top, to the left of the center top, a little bit to the left, and then 59s are in there too. You can take that whole piece out right now. Let me look through the boards for the part number that is missing. And I hope there is a spare 57 because I was missing one from December. This never happened to me before. I guess it's a first. Probably gonna have to pause. Yes, there is a spare 57 somewhere. Need to find it. Alrighty. Spare parts here. And we're looking for part number. I'm gonna check. Nothing on board number 1. Let's see how it looks like. All right, that's a little X within it, or here I found it, bottom left of board number 3. So hopefully you guys are not missing it, and just me. All right, so now we take part number 56, 2 of them, combine them together. There is a thinner fork and a thick, thinner opening in between the forks, and thicker opening, larger opening, thinner forks, thicker forks. So thicker, that's where 58 is going to go onto. So we do 58 first. Then 59, 2 of them. Kind of have to work it in. There's a little tabs on the side, so you need to go like past them, and which will lock all these in place, and you're not going to be able to remove it. And then 57 is going to go from the bottom. Kind of similar situation. There's a little tabs. So you kind of need to work the parts in. If you were missing part number 57, just like me, make sure you careful with this sub-assembly, just to make sure we don't break another piece, because we don't have any more spares, and that way we don't have to wait. And this looks like it's fairly critical component, but that's our B5. All right, move to the side. Moving to the page number 11, checking to make sure we're still with you guys. Step number 1 at the top of page number 11, we take our sub-assembly back. And we need part number 60, 61, 2 of them, and 62. So those are on board number 2. And there will be 60 is to the right at the center, to the right of the center line, vertical center line. 261 is going to be on the bottom right, and then part number 62 is going to be almost at the center here on the bottom. All right, so let's see, 61. We need to wax that longer, thinner piece tab. Same thing on the other one. We need 2 wax on the part number 60, this little hook here on one side and a little hook on the other side. And then this, let's see, 161, 61 is going to go through, there's 2 holes, 1 and 2. So it's going to go 60, let's see, 60 is going to go in here. And then we're going to push through number 61 through it. And so it goes in between 2 pieces here, I guess grabbing into something. And the other 61 is going to go through number 62. This little pointer gonna go in between here. I would wax it too, probably. And our port number 61 is gonna go through the circular hole into the tab at the top here, at the hole at the top, all the way. A little sub-assembly. Next, we need part number 63 in the step number 2. That's on board number 2 on the bottom left here. And that one's gonna go right at the hole by this gear on the left-hand side, as we have the part sitting. And then 64 and 65, those are both on board number 1. On the right-hand side, there is a part 64 and 65. Below the middle, there's 2 64s, so we just need one. And 65, the thinner one, needs to be waxed all around. Alrighty, so the 64 is gonna go in all the way in until the surface, and then 65 on top of it, all the way in up until the surface. Now, before we're gonna get this with the little tab, let's see, it's symmetrical. It's gonna get into this little slot at the left, on the left-hand side. Put it close. It's probably not gonna stay there for now too much. Then we need, in step number 4, we need parts number 67 and 66. So they're on board number 2. 67 is going to be a little shape at the top left here of the board, a little above the middle. And then 66 is right above it, to the left of the center line at the top, almost at the top. All right, so with this little tab needs to be waxed. And then this is gonna go into the hole right here, over where? I'm just checking where the tab's going. It's gonna go into here. So we need to insert it into that little slot and then lock it up with port number 67. I would put a little bit of wax on port number 67 just to make it easier to go through these 2 little holes. And make sure you hold the other one from the bottom, not to break the part. So when you squeeze it in, make sure this guy is in. Just like this. And then let's see, B1. B1 is this guy with the smaller gear towards the top. It's gonna go into this hole that is closest to you, engaging the bottom gear with the one next to the spring and the top gear with the larger one. Then B3 is gonna go on the right hand side hole, so the smaller gear engages with the one on the bottom, and then the larger gear, the one on above it, just like this. And then the last piece is going to be part number B2 with these little gears towards the outside. They're going to go into this hole right here on the right hand side, just like this. And that's our sub-assembly on page 11. Moving on to the page number 12, we need to put big part number 68. It's the top right of board number 2. Cover that whole assembly together. All right, so just match the holes. Make sure it's the same. Matching all these little tiny gears and everything else. And slowly, carefully press it in, matching all the holes, locking them in, As you lock them in, make sure that everything fits where it's supposed to, within all their corresponding slots and holes. As you squeeze it together, that hole in the center. There you go. I think all the holes are now nice and tight. All the gears are sitting in place. Moment of truth is going to come in a little bit later. Now we need, that's one of the smaller, the 10mm rubber band. That is the tiniest one. That's going to go across these two little tabs, kind of locking this part in over the top of that part. So just spread it over, little connection point here and connection point here, locking this guy in. Next we need to push it forward. It is forward. And as we do, we need to insert this little key over a sub-assembly. Put a little wax. And do it one more time. Hold it from the left hand side because, of course, because this is the way it's supposed to go. So the little teeth gonna go over the white surface. I guess this is as far as it goes. We need to do 9 times 180, going clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then by pulling this lever away, this way, that should release everything and it just should start moving, but it doesn't. So that's what I was saying. There's a lot of friction. So you might want to help it out a little bit. By moving the gears back and forth. So this bottom right gear going counterclockwise direction, looks like unwinds everything. Here we go. That's by moving it, it's unlocking as much as it can. And then helping with the key going counterclockwise direction. Let's do it a few more times until the movement is nice and easy. So learn it from the previous 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And should unwind all the way without stopping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's some hesitation still going on. Almost to the end. All right, now it goes through almost all the way, so I think it's good enough for now. You're gonna need to test it a little bit more later on, so it unwinds all the way. All right, so this one comes off. We're step number 1 on page number 13. Parts number 64 and 69. They're all both on board number 1 and to the bottom, a little bit lower the middle on the right hand side. So 69 is the one outside, 64 is the first one, 69 is the second one. Then we need 2 gears, step number 2. Part number 70, that's going to go on here, and 36. So part number 70 is a little bit above the middle on the right hand side, and 36 is at the bottom here, the last piece on the right hand side that is left. 36 does need to be waxed. All right, so this guy is facing down, and 36 is on the top. And make sure these little teeth are facing outward when you put this down. All right, step number 3, we need to put part number 71. That's board number 2, bottom right. Not all the way down, but a little bit to the right of the center line, and that's gonna go over the front here, locking in. It's gonna go over these tabs, okay, locking these pieces together, especially the front. All the way, there's only 4 tabs, and then these slots to fit in on the sides. And this is towards the top. So much dust from all this sub-assembling. All right, and then step number 4, we need part number 72 and 73, 2 72s, or 172. Why do we have 2 lines? That one's on board number 2, left, top left, 72, and 73 is that little star. So careful pushing that one out, fragile. Let's see, 72 is gonna go through this hole, and the star is right over it. And that's our sub-assembly C. Moving on to the page number 14. Checking the time and taking a break. See you guys in a bit. Okay, so we're continuing our assembly on page 14. Step 1, We need parts number 74, 75, 76, and 77. Most of them looks like it on board number 1 and 2. Let's check. Let's see, 74 is going to be a little below the middle on the left-hand side. 75, let's see where the 75 is, top right corner. Careful pushing that one out because it's got a looks pretty fragile. 276s, one is below the middle on the right-hand side. And one is on the left-hand side all the way at the bottom. And then we need 4 parts number 77. So I see 2 on the right hand side, right at the bottom there too. So carefully push these out. I'm going to use my helping tool to get these out. And then a couple of them are on, looks like on board number 2, bottom right. One is like in the middle of the quadrant, and then the other one is all the way bottom right. So we got need to wax these parts number 77. This looks like it's going to be some movement, so we're waxing this little long tab that is sticking out, long pin. Alrighty, and then that's going to go with the through 76. They need to arch outward, so, and then through 75 at the top. So it goes into the 75, and then let's see, through 76, arching to the right side now. The first one was to the left. Through 75, all the way, and then on the bottom, it's gonna go through 76 and 74, and the all the way at the hole at the edge. They will go through completely, so they'll be sticking out from the part. And then step number 2, we need on those parts that are sticking out, we need to put 78 and 25. So they're both looks like on board number 1. Number 5s are on the bottom. There's bottom right, there's 2 left. And then 78, let's see, that's number 5. I did the wrong one, so I need to put that back in. Or I'm gonna put these on the side just to remember. 25s are bottom right, so that's our smaller ones. And then 78 is also bottom right quadrant, but there's one just a little below, well, somewhat below the middle, and one is almost halfway between the middle and the bottom. And then 78 is gonna go on top, and these guys. And then 25s are on the bottom tabs. And as shown on the picture, to make sure that these guys are horizontal, orientation for the part on the back. Step number 3, we need parts number 5, the ones that I just pulled out, 2 of them. 2 more 25s, they're on the right hand side, bottom right. Part number 81, which you can find a little above the middle on the right hand side here. And then on the back we need 2 parts 80 and 2 79s. There's 2 80 are a little below the middle on the right hand side, 80, and then 79s are right in the middle on the right hand side all the way to the edge. Alrighty, so we need 2 wax number 5s, number 25s, and also the gear number 81. Alrighty, and then the gear. Alrighty, so 80 is gonna go into 79. Let's see, all the way in. and then 79, with the 79 is gonna go flat through the top tab, and then we're gonna lock it with part number 5, and then part number 25 over it on that end. And then bottom, same thing. 80 is gonna go into the 79, and 79 gonna go through. I would wax, actually no, I don't need to wax. I think it's gonna go through part number 5 first, so that one's gonna be in the hole, so I'm safe to put it on first. And then I can put that part through the bottom, put the 81 over it, and then lock it up with part number 25. And there should be some rotation on it, and then we complete step number 3, rotate it around, and we're on the step number 4. For that we need parts 2 more number 5s, bottom right, or actually almost at the center here. On board number 1, we need part number 82. It's a little below the middle on the left hand side here of the center line, and then 2 83s. So there's 83 all the way in the corner here. Actually at the edge, a little bit above the middle on the left hand side, and then 37, sorry, it's just we need 83 on the left, and then 37, it's right on the center, a little bit below the middle. Just like with any other gear, we waxing part number 37 all around. Waxing part number 5 all around, both of them. And then waxing gear number 83. That's a partial gear. All right, now we need to install these guys. So first we need to put number 5s on both of these guys. Let's see, doesn't matter how. And these gonna go all the way in. Then need number 82. So we're looking, there's a little tiny hole, so that one should be bottom left as you're looking at it. So that's the way it goes over. Onto here, and then on the ends, part number 83 goes on the top with teeth facing towards the right hand side. And then number 37 is gonna go on the bottom, just on the bottom. And next step, we flip it around, and then we have part number 84, 2 of them. We're checking all good. 284s there at the top, a little to the right of the center line of board number 1. And then part number 85, that one is all the way at the right, top right corner. So we need 2 wax within inside of these little holes on part number 85. We do 84 into 84. Lock it up. I would put a little bit of a wax on the ends there. And then with the thicker portion towards the top, we're gonna insert it into this little X, and then the little square hole, or not square, but the X hole on the back, we're gonna go into the bottom there, into the part in the back, which is part number 82, and then make sure these holes are full over part number 25 that we installed. Just like this, and that's our sub-assembly. And we can put it aside for a split second. Let me clean out my desk here. Step number 6. We need 2 parts 86. and then 87 and 88 should be on board number 1, bottom left, or parts number 86. 88 is right at the center, a little bit above the middle, and part 87, bottom left. So let's see, I would wax part number 87 just to be on the safe side. Definitely wax the gear all around. And then 86 into 86, that's step number 6 on page number 15. One end, we're gonna do the gear, and the other end's gonna go part 87, and it goes all the way as far as you can push it. Step number 7, we need 2 parts number 5. We still have those 2 on the bottom, a little to the right of the center line. Part number 89, also 2 of them. They're in the bottom left quadrant, a little to the left of the center line, halfway between middle and bottom. And we need to wax part number 5. Alrighty. So parts number 5 is going to go on first, as far as they can go. So pretty much to the parts, and then 89 is going to go over these part number 5 with the openings. And then we take our sub-assembly, and from this end where we just installed the last piece, there are 4 holes on the bottom. So the gear is going to go on the left hand side, and we put these parts into those holes. The little combining 2 sub-assemblies. Now make sure your gears interlock. Otherwise you won't be able to insert it. And squeeze it all the way in. So with the gear interaction, and then we put part number 90 over these 2 tabs that are sticking out. Part number 90 is on board number 1 on the left hand side, a little bit below the middle, with the large opening towards the top. We put it over. All right, now we need to rotate this axle, and then as you rotate that axle, all the gears would be moving. Lost a part. Which part did I lose? Oh, I have a few parts that are laid down here. Oh, I see which one. I got this little guy here that came out. All right, so once again, make sure the gears are moving as you spin them around. As you spin this, kind of a little hard at first, but then you need to make sure so these gears would move. Gear on the bottom. And it needs to go both ways. So play with it a little bit until it goes nice and easy. There's going to be some hesitation in the beginning. And we're moving to the step number 1 on the bottom there. Let's see, we need to interact some of the gears. All right, so we take our C with these 2 tabs all the way at the back. We need to make sure we turn it around. So these 4 tabs on the back is going to go into these holes. And at the same time, this, let's see, these 2 gears these gears will interact with these gears, and then the bottom will interact with the bottom. I don't know if it makes sense, but the top, there's partial half rounds, and then here half round, so these gonna interact, and then gear on the bottom and gear on the bottom will interact. So when you install it, make sure they are interlocking with each other. I'm gonna use a helping tool just to push it over. So make sure this one is straight down to interlock with the gear, because this one's just facing to the right, and then the other side doesn't matter any. And bottom gear is matching too. Next step number 2 is we need to install port 91, 92, and 93. So there, 91 is the top right corner here, the L shape. 93 is the bottom right corner, also almost like an L shape, but weird one. And then your ports, we're done with board number 1. So I'm going to put it aside, and then on the board number 2, in the top right quadrant, you have port number 92. So we have 92 needs to be waxed somewhere. Oh no, not 92, the 91 needs to be waxed. The surfaces, bottom and top, bottom, and side. So it goes into this slot, and then the small tab's gonna go into here. Let's see, there is a hole there, so we need to match that hole and lock it in. Then part number 92 is gonna go into these 2 little holes that are left there, just to kind of keep it from falling out. And then 93 is going to go into the other 2 holes, also holding it down a little bit. So there's 2 places where part number 91 is going to be held, just to make sure it doesn't fall out. And that's our sub-assembly D. Step number 1 on page number 16. Clean up this little disc. We need parts number 94, 95, 96, 97, 95, 98. They're going to be on boards number 2 and 5. So board number 2, we got 2 95s, top left. And then board number 5, that's the thinner board, we got the other parts. So let's start with 94 and 96. 94 bottom left. 96 is bottom left quadrant, right below the middle, so it's the top gear. So that's 96 is at the end. And let's see, 94 is first. I would do the little burnout circle towards the, you can see, probably not going to see it. So towards the ship. And we're going to put it as far as it can go. Then part number 95. And then part number 96 with a circle outward. And try to match these lines. So if you rotate it, it should match. All right, and then on the other end, we're gonna do 97, 98. So 97 is first, 98 is second. So we do 97 first with the burn towards this, the boat. Then we're gonna do 95. And once again, make sure that the design matches. And then lock it up with 98. I mean, you can probably spin it around if you want to make it more funky, but it's just my preference. And then we need 2 rubber bands that are 20 millimeters diameter at 3 millimeter thickness or height, and we put these over these wheels right at the center, over part number 95 technically. On one side and then the other. All right, so that's gonna be our subassembly E now. I'm just trying to rotate, make sure it doesn't make sure the rubber band is nice and flat over the wheel, just to prevent from falling off. All right, so that's our E. Step number 3 on the bottom there, we need to make sure that the whole thing works now. So it's in lock position right now. We take our key and we do 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then let it go. And now your wheels should spin. And remember, because we added more friction, we added more wax, we added more gears, so the whole thing is going to be harder to spin. But we need to make sure that it does. And it goes, the wheels go in clockwise direction if you're looking from the right hand side. And unwind it all the way to the end. And let's play with it until it unwinds by itself. Lock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Unlock. And you want to make sure that it unwinds almost completely. So there's some hesitation, as you can see. So once again, we added more gears. You can help a little bit. I'll do a few more times just to make sure that it runs. One more. All right, looks like it winds up almost all the way. So I'm taking the key off right now. That's our sub-assembly E. Moving on to the next page. We will have to come back and play with it after we install all the other stuff, just because there's going to be more weight and friction. So, but once we get there, we'll get there. Step number 1 on page number 17, we need to make 2 seats. Those are parts number 99, 100, and 101. So looks like there could be either board 4 or 3. Let's see. Nope. So I'm assuming that'll be board number 3. Yep, there's 2 99s right at this middle on the left hand side of the center line. 100 is right below them. 2 pieces. And then 101, they're bottom left. All right, so now 100, we do put it on the thinner portion where there's no tabs on the back. That's gonna go on first. And then the shorter 101 piece is gonna go on the bottom tab. Same thing with this second one. And then we're moving on to the step number 1. That's our F1. On page number 17, right at the center here, we need on board number 3, the large part 102. This is the large piece here on the left-hand side. So let's pull it out very carefully. And then pull out the internal. So there's like whatever the parts are there, we need to get them out. It's a larger piece. So just work it out very carefully and put it on the side, because there's a couple parts that we may need a little bit later. Here we need parts number 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, and 108. Let's start with 103 is the top left corner of board number 3. And then with the angle kind of go facing outward, we're going to go into the first 2 tabs on the left hand side here. First 2 holes. Part number 104 is going to be on board number 4. Bottom right corner here, second part from the right. And that one's gonna go into these 2 holes that are already on a deck. Next, part number 105. That's gonna be top left. There's sets, right? So 105 is gonna go onto the first hole on the deck, kind of angling towards the center. Then 106 is gonna go on the same side into the 2 holes that are here, a little bit further down. Then 107 is gonna be on the opposite side, on this side. Similar situation is going into the second hole from the edge. And then 108 is gonna go into the 2 holes that are on a deck. Alrighty. Next, step number 2, the 2 seats that we just made, they're gonna go into the 4 holes right next to that hole here. Alright. And that's our F2. Moving on to the page number 18. Put that aside for a second. Step number 1 on 18, we need parts number 112. 2 110s, 2 111s, and 109. So board number 2 will have part number 109 on the bottom here, bottom right. And let's see, board number 3 will have part number 112 on the top right corner. And then looks like board number 4 we'll have 111s and 110s, top left corner here of the board, 2 111s. They're gonna go in the center. Those are longer pieces, and then 110s right below them, gonna go on the outside. All right, so 109 is in front of you. 111s with one tab is gonna go down into the center 2 holes. Make sure you squeeze it all the way through so the tabs are sticking out. And then 110, also with the longer tabs, they're gonna go on the outside, two holes. All the way through. And then 112 with the thicker portion towards this sub-assembly. There's 4 square holes at the front here, so we're just gonna get those installed with the 2 tabs on part number 111 sticking out into the center. Make sure you're laying up all the holes, lock them in so the 2 tabs are sticking out here. Step number 2, we need parts number 115, 116, 113, and 114. So board number 4, it's got part number 113, bottom to the right of the center line. Let's see, they got 114 at the top right corner there, so we just need 1 for now. Let's see where else we have the rest of our parts on board number 2. Looks like it. We have part number 116 is right at the center here on the bottom. Careful pushing that one out, and 115 is in the middle of the bottom right quadrant. So 116 is gonna go through 115 through these 2 tabs, and then we're gonna put it into these 2 holes right at the center, right after the opening. Then part number 113 is gonna go through this hole right here, the kind of like bow tie looking one, all the way in, I guess. And then we put 114 on the bottom, but we need to put the wax onto the 114 first. And then that 114 is gonna go in as far as it can go. We'll put a little bit of a wax in this long rod and all the way in. All right, flip it upside down. We bring we take part number 117 and step number 3. That's on board number 2. That's long piece right here, bottom left, or on the left hand side. Let's see, do we need to take anything out? No, it's all good. Flip it upside down. We need to take that portion out. That's part 120 right here within the center. So I take that out. We flip it now. We keep it with this up, right? Yes. And that sub-assembly that we just made, we push it through here, through the hole, and that's the only thing that is keeping it together. Oops, don't push it too hard. And just leave it as is for now. We'll flip it upside down for step number 4, and then we need parts number 118, 2 114s, 118, and 114. So they're all on board number 4, top right corner, 118. 2 of them are right next to each other. One and 2. And then we need 3 parts number 114. 1, 2, 3. All right, one of them will get, once we get to that installation, we'll need to get waxed. So the first one is 118. we push it all the way through up to the 114 that is already installed. I'm holding the part 113. Now we can push it through. It's not gonna fall through anymore. And then 114s, two of them first. $118 again. And then the last 114, we just need to, I would put a little bit of a sanding over it because there's a couple connection points. It doesn't have the dips. So wax it over and put it over that little tab. Then we flip it over to make it F3. Moving on to the page number 19, that's our F3, and we take the previous subassembly F2 that we just did. Do not squeeze it through just yet. We just need to, let's see, put it over the 4 tabs that are right here, and they're gonna go into the holes of the top portion of F3. Right, so kind of like this. Move it forward maybe a little bit. Line it up. And get these lined up. The 4 holes. Just a little kind of push. Don't lock it up just yet. This one doesn't match yet. Next step is 119. That's part on board number 3 and 4. So bottom right of board number 4. And then the second one is on board number 3. Which we already took out that little piece. That's part number 113 right here in the middle. They're gonna go with these little angular, well, doesn't matter. Towards the bottom, rather, it does matter. So they're gonna go in between here onto the tabs that are sticking. So on the right and left hand side. Line up, lock them in. On the right and left. And now we can squeeze all the tabs that have lined up. And step number 2. Top portion through, and then the bottom, these little tabs also gonna go over, locking it in. 1, 2. So we lock everything in, and that's our part F on page number 19. Put it aside. Moving on to the page number 20, step number 1, we need part 120, which we already took out. And then we need 121, 122, 123, 24, and 25, twice each. They're all over the place. So let's start with board number 4, right at the center. Actually, 123 is our top left. Top left, so those are the 2 that we just need for now. I'm gonna need my helping tool to push that one out. That's our 123. Port number 5 would have 122, 121 right here in the little rectangular piece, 123, then 124 and 125. 124 right below it, and then 125. below that, right at the center line, I guess. All right, let's start 120, 121 and 122. Take 123, we wax it. Combine the 121, 122. Make sure that's nice and flush, and then we'll put 123 over it, the one that we just waxed, all the way in. That's gonna go from the bottom on one of the sides. There's a little tab that will lock in, and then we put 124 and 125 over it. 124 first, and then one of the 125s all the way in, and then same thing on the other side. $123 waxed up. And push it all the way in. That's going to go from the bottom. 124 and 125. All right, now we need the fish line, or it's not a fish line, it's the nylon string, looks like it, and we need 200 millimeters. So let's start off with 200. Do 50. 100, 150. Wait, I just need not centimeters. I did centimeters. Scratch that. They're really that short? $200 millimeters. No, that's right. That's right here, 20 centimeters. So we're gonna do it from 20 to 40. I'm getting confused here. And that's, let's see, we don't have a fish line in here, so it is the nylon string, right? All right, so it's gonna go onto one. Then onto the second one. Version 1 on the right hand side or version left. Okay, so a little confused here. So we can do either on the left hand side, because I didn't see the V1, so I'm like, well, I need 2 strings. Doesn't say I need 2. Anyway, this is version 1, version 2. So we can go on, let's do the, I want to do the version 2. So let's see, I need two between 21 and 22. So 22 is split, right? So you got like a little bit of a space in there. So and that's now it's kind of like in vertical direction for me. So I'll just need to push that string in between 21 and 22 all the way down. And put 125 over it. It's step number 3. Locking it in as far as it can go. And then 126 to lock it up. That's on board number 4. They're right above the center line there. I'll push both of these out because I will need both of them. So in the meantime, and I lock this one on completely with 126, and then I'll do 125, 126 over the other one because we're not gonna put the string over it. It's just gonna go and lock it up without the string. All right, so now these are rotational, one way or the other, and this one's too, one way or the other. We can rotate it both directions. Alrighty, so that's gonna get installed onto your F with the string going through this hole right here. I need to put a little bit of wax on it just because it's starting to separate. And we're gonna do wax and then string it and push it through the hole on the left hand side up front of part number or subassembly number F. A little more wax. Come on, pushed it through and then it kind of came out. There you go, through the hole. And then this guy gonna go and lock into the 4 tabs that are in there. Just need to make sure that they line up. The bottom one is a little tougher. And make sure it sits all the way in, both front and back. This is through. And then step number 5, we need part number 127, 128 on board number 4. They're on the bottom left here, halfway into the quadrant, just a little to the left of the center line. That will make our anchor G1. And we need to make sure we push it all the way in. There we go, till it locks in. And now we put that little string through the hole at the top of an anchor, and we need to make a little loop on there to tie it up, a little nut. The favorites. All right, and then the way you do, you go over the long string with the shorter end and bring it underneath and into the loop and tie it onto the anchor, and then repeat the same thing over, underneath, into the loop, and tie it the second time, and kind of make sure that the string doesn't untie. will anyway. And then cut off the excess piece. And I'll be back in a second. All right, and I'm at the kind of don't do it at home type of stage. I have a lighter, there's a little string nylon, just a little bit to not burn it out, but kind of like give it a little bit so it doesn't untie, a little bit of a heat. So don't do that at home. I did not recommend anything, but it will keep it together. And then as you wind this up, this will bring the anchor all the way to the top and just let it hang there. All right, moving on to page number 22. Let's see, step number 2. I'm gonna put the string to the side right now. Step number 2, part number 1. We need part 129, which is on board number 5. That's a very thin and long piece right at the edge. So carefully push it out. Make sure you find those connection points to snap them. Otherwise, you don't want to snap the part itself. And that's going to go with the Serenity Dream towards the front. We're going to need to bring the anchor over and then on the top, and then put that, slide it in on the front into the 2 slots that are there. As far as it can go, and carefully bend it over or under, bend it, and then we need to put it into the other 2 slots. So we put it into the bottom one, lift up the top carefully, to make sure not to break it, kind of slide it in, and then it's in. You don't want to bend that little piece of wood because it will snap. And then part number 130, which was right next to the 129, we're going to do the same, exactly the same thing. You want to make sure that you're very, very, very gentle with this. And once again, same thing, we're going to go into the top front slots and we're going to kind of push it in there all the way in, or you can just lift this part a little bit and kind of slide it in. Then we carefully bend it in between the 2 top and bottom part so it fits nice and smooth, and push it into the bottom hole. Then lift the back a little bit just to get it in ever so slightly and lock it in. And we're done with page number 22. Moving on to the page number 23. We need parts number 131 on the board number 2, bottom right. 4 of them. So there's bottom right, and then a little bit to the left of the center line is the 4th one. And they will all go on the back here. Combine them 2 together, and they're going to go into this little tab with the angled portion towards the bottom. So let's see, 1 on the left, 1 on the right, and that double opening kind of deal. Try 1 at a time, maybe. 1 at a time works a little better. One and 2. And then step number 5, we insert the E with the wheels towards the front and to the, so to make sure this guy goes through this hole right here. These 4 tabs gonna go through here and the 5th right here. All right, line it up. Try to see where you're going. Okay, I got this one in. Now I need to find the holes. Got 2. Got 2 in the back. Center ones that are going through, and 2 at the front. So the only 2 are sticking out, the ones in the center. This works. So we're still good. And we're done with G. I'll do the anchor, kind of get untied a little bit. All right, and that's our boat, G. All right, moving on to page number 24. A few more parts to install. Step number 1, we need part number 132 on board number 4, bottom right, bottom left. It says UGears. And that one's gonna go all the way at the back and the 4 tabs that are there. So there's 2 more tabs that for that bottom piece to attach to the tab. Let's see, then we need parts number 134, 133, and 135. So board number 4 will have 133s at the top left corner here. Part number 134 is a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. And then 135s are on board number 5, top left, and there's 1 spare. So carefully push these out so you don't have to use the spare. And let's see, 133, we need a little bit of a wax on the one that is split all the way and like a thicker tab on both of them. That's 134 is going to go through it. And then that gets installed into these 2 holes. That's what I would do first, just to make sure it goes all the way in. Oh, these things too, same thing. There's 4 more tabs to push the top portion in. I miss all these extra tabs, and there's more here at the front. Gonna use my helping tool to fold this. Let's see which tabs, other tabs did I forget. So these 2 I forgot, didn't see these. All right, this one goes in. Continue with step number 1. And 1 more. You just don't want to break these guys, so like I would install these first. and then you install the little wheels, and you can spin them a little bit just to give it a little bit of a spin. To make sure they're moving. That's our second part of that, step number 1. Step number 2, we need parts number 136, 137, and 132, 138s. Let's see what board they're going to be on. Board number 2, our 138s, 2, bottom left, and 137s are at the top left. Make sure we're recording, we're good. All right, now we take this board with this facing to the right. 137 is gonna go on the far end over these taller tabs. 136 on closer to you, and then 138 to go over them. Just like this. Then 139 and 140 in step number 3. They're on the right hand side of board number 2. And then we're done with board number 2. There's no more parts left on here. So 140 will go onto 139, this thinner portion of it. And then that's gonna go into our start stop with the wheels or steering wheels facing towards the back to the right. That's gonna go from your side, from left side as you look at the boat going in that direction. All right, and step number 4, and boat enthusiasts, please forgive me for the names, because I know there is a different name for left and right side. I think it's port and something else side of the boat. I'm not a boater, so I'm just assembling it. Forgive me for that. Let's see, 142, 2 142s and 141. They're all on the board number 5. 141 is the bottom right corner. And then 142 is on the left of the center line. So let's see, with this little step towards the front, we're gonna put the carefully part number 142 on one side. Once again, step towards the front. 142 on the other side. And then 141 onto these 2 little tabs. Once again, it's a fragile part. I don't know if we can access it from all the way at the bottom. I would use the helping tool just to hold that little piece down. Because you can't stick your fingers in there to hold. So the tool, and you hold the tool to lock it in. I'm gonna do the other same thing from the other side. I'm holding the tool from both ends and lock it with one finger. There you go. All right, and then these little ends gonna go on the step of 142. Alrighty, that's our H. Moving on to page number 25, step number 1 is parts number 143. That was on a piece that we already take out. Then we need parts number 144. They're on board number, let's see, 3 or 4. On board number 3, bottom right, there's 2 parts 144s. And then part number 145 is going to be on board number 4. They're on the left hand side here. Alright, so 144 is going to go at these little 2 tabs on a shorter piece. I'm going to kind of like curving outward towards the top. And then back tabs 145 curving towards the top. Step number 2, we need part number 146. That's on board number 4 also, a little bit to the right of the center line here. And that's going to go through these 2 holes, locking 144s in. A little bit, almost locking. Make sure it's all the way in and flush. That's our I1. And that's I1's going to get installed. We turn this upside down and it's going to get installed into these 4 holes on the side with a sharp point towards the front. Just do 1 tab at a time, pushing it in, locking it in. Then step number 2, we need part number 147. That's on board number 4. 5. Board number 5. It says 4, but it should be board number 5. Right at the top there, there's 2 of them, so we can push 2 of them out at the same time. Step 1 and 2. So this is still upside down. We're gonna go with the tab towards the front, and that's gonna go, let's see, into this little holder here. There's like a small little tiny step, so that's where it's gonna go. Towards the front, and you need to slightly bend it to make it into this slot right here. The first slot, and then we're gonna do the second one on the other end, once again with this little step into this slot here, and then you slightly twist to bend it into the opening. Push the other one a little bit to the side, kind of to create a little curvature, like right here. Nice little piece towards the top. Flip it over. Page number 26. I know actually we don't need to flip it over just yet. Put it aside. Page number 26. We need part number 148. Looks like board number 3. There's 2 of them. We're going to do first one. They're on the right, bottom right, if you can't see them. And then board number 4, we got a bunch of parts. We need 145. There's 2 right here, a little below the middle on the left hand side. I was like, wait a second, I already used 145, but work it out. This one's gonna go up front and well, or back, curving up towards inside towards you. So this curvature towards you, this one towards you. So it's gonna go right here. Then 149, 1 of them. We have 5 total, looks like it. 149. Also curving towards you with the little tab that is on a curved surface towards this curvature. Then 150, they're in the same cluster here, on the right, all the way in the right hand side of the cluster. Same way with the curved tab curvature towards these tabs. And then 149, we'll lock it up with the 149. Or finishing up with the 149 on part number 148. All right, so that's step number 2. Step number 3, we take our sub-assembly with that wheel towards your right hand side, and we're gonna put this upside down with the thinner portion towards the back. And let's see, that's gonna go into the 3 holes right here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 holes at the top portion of it. So I'm gonna do this first, one at a time, and then these holes. Hold the part and then squeeze it in. Just like this. And then at the end, step number 4, we need part number 151 and 25. So 151 is going to be at the top left hand side there of board number 4. And then part number 25, they're a little above the middle on the left hand side. Let's see, so 25 is going to go onto these little tab. And that's the whole sub-assembly is going to go right here into the last hole at the top portion. And then this little step, that's where you want to put that part 148 onto. A little wheel. Make sure it sits all the way in. And then that's the step number 5 on this page. We need part number 152, they're board number 5. So part number 152, that's the one on the top, little to the right of the center line. And then 153 is right below it, also on the right hand side. And so 152 is gonna go towards the front. There's like a little slot here. And then it's gonna go into the small slots all in the one closer to the top, all around or all along the route. In, and then 153 is the other one, the other direction. Hold on. That one, there is a little slot all the way in the back, so they don't cross here because there's a key that's wind up key. All the tabs, looking in, and we're done with page number 26. Then we need part number, step number 6 on page number 27. We need part number 154. That's on board number 4. 4. Am I correct? That's a 155. 154 is on board number 3. Bottom right, so that one's also a long piece. Careful pushing it out. And that's gonna go into the larger hole here with the little slot. Push it in, and and then it's gonna go over these little openings right up underneath or above, whichever way you look from, the part that we just installed. So that's gonna go just like this, all the way in. And then step number 7, we need part number 156 and 155. So 155 would be on board number 4, right at the center here, in the middle center, and then 156 on the bottom left. So first we're going to install 155 with a little into the hole first on the right hand side, and then fit it into the slots along the sides. One, two, and then 156 with the flat portion towards the top of the boat. Fit that ring over. All right, so this is an opening for the key, and we're done with I3. Moving on to the page number 28. We're gonna do similar thing on the other side. So we need part number 148 on board number, let's see, 3. It's a long piece. Then 145 is going to go there on board number 4 to the left of the center line. That's going to be the first piece. Now curvature is away from you, and then you, same thing with the 145 is also curvature is away from you. Then 149s, 3 of them. Same cluster that on the left hand side there, bottom left quadrant. Get these potentially hazardous pieces away, and then 149 is going to go into the 3 holes with the curved side in, where the tab where the curvature into the inside. And then we turn the boat the other direction, and the same thing, it's going to go towards the back into the 3 holes on the side here, and then 4 holes at the top. All right, then same thing in the back. We do 151 and 125. 151 is almost at the center here, and towards the top. That was part 172. And 125 a little bit above the middle on the left. So 125 on first, and then that's gonna go into the hole at the top of the deck, and then a little step to put the part 148 over. Then part number 157 on board number 5. That's the long piece here. Careful with that one. That one's gonna go with the thinner portion right towards the front. Same size. And a thicker portion towards the back. And then you just insert it one step at a time. One, and then kind of line them up with the holes. And do one at a time to push it in, and it should sit in like completely. And then the back, and then make sure all around it sits nice and tight. That's 157, and then 158, the one above or below it, depends from which side you look at. And that one is on board number 3. That's the long piece here. Same thing, be careful. And we're done with board number 3. A couple spare parts, I'm just gonna put it aside. Once again, there is a little tab here to hook it onto the front, and then you just push it all along as you get to the back of it, and to this little parts. And then make sure you just push it into the back, into the tab, lock it in, and that's our eye. Moving on to the page number 30, we need to put part number 159 all around, and they're on board number 5, this huge little, or huge little, big rectangular piece, and there are a bunch of them on there. So they're gonna go all into these little holes. Let's see, not even sure how many there are. So we start from the front. One. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, so I'm assuming I need 20. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And they're gonna go all around. One, two, three, four, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. It's all at the top deck, or middle deck, I guess. Same thing on the other side. So front. Seven, 8, 9, 10. That's our J. And then let's see, we need to take our string, and we need 900 millimeters. Let's see. String. And let's measure it out. We had, by the way, there is a measuring, like when we did the string before, there is a ruler there if you need one. So you don't have to have a mat like this, just there is a ruler in there. And so we need 900 millimeters or 35.4 inches. So let's do that. That's 400, or let's do 500 right away. 500. And then 240. 900. All right, extra string, and we need to make a knot at the end, one of the ends. So loop it from the top or bottom, whichever. So just make sure you go into the loop and push it out, and then same thing again. Just making it larger knot if you do the second time. Just make sure you, when you tie it up, you land over the other knot. And that's with a K. I didn't. One more try. Slipped. I got 3 knots now. All right, and then we cut off the excess, so it's nice and clean. And that's gonna go with the first nut. It's gonna go into the first slot. So you insert it and then push it towards outside, and we're good to go. Now step number 2, we're gonna go around the first tab, kind of create a loop over it, make sure it fits over the little slots there. So gonna go into the slot. Not the top slot, but the little slots on the side. So if you see on a picture number 3, it probably shows the best. And then we have to go all around. One. I wish it was easier step, but all right, let's figure that out. Gonna put it on the side there, towards the front, loop it 1. I guess when you lay it down on the side, it's much easier. So you hold it with your finger, loop it around, yeah, untie the second one that you just did, and then you get it, loop it underneath. I guess you could go into this little slots that are on there just to hold it, and then we need to go all the way to the front. To the first. That one's gonna go from the back. Okay, so that's, we're gonna get to the first one. Same thing. Do we loop it? No, we don't loop it. We go loop and then through the slot that is at the top. Make sure the string sits in there completely. Then you can release it. We take the end of that string and push it through the hole up front. If it doesn't go easy, once again, use a little bit of wax, or another one is the lighter, just to get it, make sure the string doesn't fall apart. And make sure the two parts are about the same distance, so like when you push through the hole, to make sure it goes through. I'm gonna try different approach. Got it through. Light it up. That way it doesn't fall apart, and it comes in much easier. As long as your parts are together. Should be able to push it through the hole. Turn it around, and then we're gonna go same way, same as we did on there, all the way to the back. So wrap it up around every single part. All the way to the back. To the last one. And then with the last one, what do? Do the same thing, wrap it. Push it through. Push it through that little hole, or slot, I should say. And then we're gonna do a little underneath the string through to make the loop, to make a little one over nut, and tie it up. Do that twice. Underneath. Through the loop. To make a double knot. And then cut off the excess. And I would, don't do this at home. All right, that should hold it. And we are done with page number 31. Moving on to the page number 32. And then the rest, we need 6 more of the part number 159. And those gonna go on a lower deck. There's 6 holes there. We probably need to do the same thing. One, 2, 3. Turn it around, and then the toughest one is to put the one that's underneath the part. So you kind of like need to work it in. Work it in, make sure that we're still writing, it's all good. So 6 parts to diagonal, and then 6 are straight, and then kind of same thing. We need 300 millimeters string. Which is 30 centimeters. About here. Do a little extra. Make sure you don't lose the excess because we're going to need it for the sails. Same situation, loop it over, underneath, and into the loop. And make 2 knots, one over the other, 1 and 2. And then once you tie it up, cut off the excess. Light it up to make sure it doesn't untie. And then we're gonna go on the right hand side, we're gonna go through the hole again, slot. I'm gonna push it through, go through the slot and push it out. Oop. Tough to get in. Tie it up, and then we're gonna go same thing all around, kind of like we did on the previous exercise. Around. My assumption's that we're gonna go all the way. Yep. So the string should be on the outside. And then we get to the last one, kind of similar situation as before. We need to loop it around, push it through the slot, which is going to be a little bit tough because there are parts on the way. So do your best. Use the helping tool to kind of hold the string to make sure it doesn't untie, and push it through the slot. And then once you get it through the slot, then once again, same situation as before. We need to, you might want to do a little bit longer string, but we have whatever we have. So you want to go either underneath or over, and push it through that little loop that you just created. Push through it. Creating a knot. 1. I'm actually doing under. So underneath. Grab the end. push it into the loop. Maybe hire the kid to do that. Or just use up a little bit longer piece of string. That didn't work. One more time. One more try. Or two more tries. There you go. Two nuts. Cut off the excess. And once again, not recommending, don't do this at home. Just a little bit touch of heat to finish up that string. All right, so we're K1, we're done with page number 33, moving on to the page number 34. Alrighty, so here, make sure we're still recording, and we're at about 1 hour 42 minutes. We have, for today's session, part number 160 on board number 4. By the way, board number 5 is all done, so you can put it aside. So part number 160, that's a long piece, not the longest, but one on the left, to the right of the center line, but on the left of all other long pieces. You can either try to push it like this or use the little hobby knife that cut the connection points off to make sure it's easier to push it out. And then we need 161, 5 of them. 161 on the right hand side, a little below the middle. I'm going to push that whole piece out because we're going to need more of those. And we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we need the sail. There are 2. And we need the larger one. Let's see, with the there's a longer piece gonna go to the right. The straight part of the sail is gonna go on the right hand side, and then we insert parts number 161 into the sail. Through the sail into part 160. Two. 3. 4 and 5. And then at the top, we need one more 161 and port number 162. Also on board number, has to be on board number 4. And that one's on the bottom right. So 162 is gonna go on the bottom of the sail with the 3 holes on the right hand side, and then 161 going vertical through sail and then through port 162. All right, step number 2, we need part number 164, 163s. They're on the bottom right here. And they're gonna go on the left side on the shorter piece, all the way to the sail. If they're too hard to put on, use a little bit of wax. It'll help out a little bit. All right, and let's see, 164. There, that's the large piece, a little bit above the middle on the right. Then 114s, right below them, 2 of them. 1, 2. Then 118 and then 114. 118 is going to be a little bit higher on the top right, and then one more 114 is at the top there too. And then the last one, we will wax it as we install it. So 164 is first, and that one's going to go close all the way to the sail. 2 114s. Then 118, and then 114, the last one, you want to wax it. And it's gonna go last. All right, then we take our K1, that's gonna go through that hole at the part that is sticking out. So 114 is going to go into the hole. And then we do 165, 166, 2 166, and 167. So 165 is the top right corner. 167 is also there. That's the largest one. And 2 166 there on the right hand side. There are 3. We just need 2 for now. So they're going to go through this 165s first. As far as it can go. Once again, put a little bit of a wax on this part. To make it easier. So 114, no, that's 166. And then 167. And that's our K. Sub-assembly. Let's see, moving on to the page number 35. Alrighty, so let's see. We're on page number 35. That one's gonna go on the side for now. And here we need part number 168. That's on board number 3. That's the one of the taller ones. To the right of the center line. And then we need parts number 169, 170, 171, 3 169s, and 170, 171. Their 169s are to the left of the center line in the top left quadrant. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 170 is this piece right in the middle. 171 is top left quadrant, a little bit above the middle there. All right, so we need to wax this portion right here. And we do 169 first. 170 needs to go with the little hole away from you. And then 169 again. And now with the 171, let's see. With the X, hole should be above the X, like this. So when you lay it down, there's two holes, little X, right? So you put it in diagonally like this, and the hole on the bottom should be above the line, so kind of like towards the top. And then the last 169. Okay, and then step number 1 on the bottom of page number 35. We need to wax this piece here, little fork, and we insert I1 that we just made into here with part 170 facing towards the front. And then you snap it in, make sure it nice locks in there, nice and easy. So they're all at the bottom now, all the pieces. We need to go with them over, that we need to wax the sides too of the part that we just entered, and then all the parts that we just entered, we need to push them down all the way to the bottom. Of that sub-assembly. So once you push them, there's like you'll see two tabs are sticking out. Moving on to the page number 36, we need part number 172 in step number 3. Part number 172 I took out some time ago. That was on the top right center, at the center of board number 4 at the top. So that one's gonna go with the hole towards the front, through that slot, and then we need to lock it up with part number 173, which is also on board number 4, right at the center, a little below the middle, or above the middle, sorry. And that one's gonna go from, I guess doesn't matter what side, but I'm doing from the back, and you want to make sure that you careful not to break that long rod all the way in. Let's see, to make sure your holes are matching up, and you can push the string, I guess, through it. Possibly, that would be my guess. I don't know if you can see it right here. So from the back, and these two holes matching up. All right, I'm gonna be standing for a little bit, maybe. We'll see how we're gonna approach this. We need a line, again, a little string, and we need 1200 millimeters, which is 120 centimeters, which, let's see, 500, 20. Cut it up. All the extra is going to go on the side. Now we need the same thing. We need a little nut. So we do one closer to the top. And we do the second one, kind of similar situation as before. Cut it off. I will do my little trick that I've done before with the lighter. And then it's gonna go through the side of the sail, top hole, right here. And let's see, right now I can still probably do it. So it doesn't fall apart. I wish they made holes a little bit larger. That would have been much easier. May have to use some kind of tool. We'll see. I have a tool. Let's see if it's gonna work, if it's thin enough. All right, it's thin enough to go through, but let's try it one more time. All right, your knot is on the other end of the string, so we need to go through this hole here. And I think that lighter trick doesn't work because it creates a little knot there, so need to chop it off. And maybe use the wax to keep that part together. That didn't work. Neither of the options are working right now. Come on, go in. I got it lined up, but problem is pushing it through. Here you go. Stay, 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 stay there, stay there. I'm gonna use my helping tool. Need like 4 hands to do this. All right, I got it through, but now somehow I need to get it over to the side. Gonna try all tools that I have at my disposal. I have a little paper clip that I have a hook on. There we go. All right, that was a task. Now I have all that split on here. cut off a little bit more, and now we need to bring that string through. Make sure you don't create any loops, additional loops, which I did. Because otherwise you're going to need to go through this exercise again. Alright, and now we need to go from the bottom into the hole that is on the side. And I'm not sure how to accomplish that. So we need to go through this hole right here. Somehow. That hole looks a little bigger. Probably need to use like a needle or something like that. Let me see, maybe that's what I will do. Or try with the paper clip first, maybe. Let's see. So I need just to line up the string. With the hole. I'm not sure. It is a struggle. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a little bit different approach. So these parts that we just put up, I'm gonna bring them up, but be careful. That's the better idea. Before, you need to push the string through before you bring these guys up. Or not up, sorry. Before you set them down. And that's the only approach right now I see, because you cannot, no matter how hard you try, unless you bring some extra tools or maybe a needle or something like that. So what I'm doing right now is that these three parts, and I tried to put maybe a note on there that, hey, do not install these just yet. I mean, because that's the only way that you will be able to thread through. And let me see through the rest of the instructions. All right. Let's see. Thread through here, go up, thread, 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 through the hole, down, all the way down. And that's gonna bring it, once you rotate it, then we need to thread it through another hole, through the back. What the hell? And this one's same thing, except that one might be easier a little bit. No, we still need to go through the thread. So I'm not gonna undo these. I'm gonna let them float for now, because it is, we're gonna need to go through the string more times. So I'd say keep them up, let them float, because this is the, I think, the only way you can not spend like hundreds of hours pushing the string through. Even then, because there is no way you can go through this little hole while the part is installed. I mean, I can't go through it when it's not installed, because the holes are too small. Oh God. It is an awesome design without a sail. Sail, a little bit pain in the butt. All right, let's see if I can come up with any other solutions. All right, here's my solution, and then if you guys can come up with anything else, let me know down in the comments, because that's the only way I found. Got a needle from my wife store and threaded, because it was easier to put a thread through the needle. It's got like a flat, longer slot in there, and then with that slot, it's easier, because then you can do the whatchamacallit, use the wax in the end, you know, to flatten it out, push it through. And I mean, here I am with the needle over my threading points. Let's see, so we're down through that bottom piece. We're gonna go all the way through the top. I'm gonna go through the bottom hole with a thread. I'm gonna go through second hole from the back. See, either they need to make these holes bigger a little bit. And then through the top hole again. Then through one hole on the left from the bottom. No, seriously, needle makes it so much easier. Let's see, then we're gonna need to bring all this up, and then gonna go into the hole on the right down and bring the sail all the way up. And as we have that, I don't want to slide these on because we're gonna need them. Straighten out the string, get it as high as possible, just like this. And now we rotate. If you look from the back, you need to rotate clockwise to bring the sail down. Once again, I'm not putting this in just yet, although I can probably do the bottom piece because I can come in with the needle from the other side now. All right, so this is almost down. Now, moving on to the page number 38. Let's see, and then we need to come in through that piece towards the bottom. Even with the needle, it kind of pain in the butt. And then we need to go from the bottom hole here on the outside. Even there you go. I said even with the needle, it's a problem to get through these holes. All right, and next we're gonna go with the string through this slot that is on this little tab, and then we lock it up with number 166, which is on the right hand side at the top there. Make sure we are locked in and everything. Alrighty. Lock it up and then cut this off. Alrighty. I still have my needle. Need to make sure not to lose it because that's going to be a bad thing if you lose it, especially I have a carpet here. All right, that's L is done with a little bit of a struggle. Sorry guys, apologize. I will submit that to the manufacturer and tell them, hey, this needs to be reworked somehow, maybe like a little modification or whatever it is, but it is pain in the butt to thread these sails. All right, we're on the bottom, page number 38. We need the other sail. We need part number 174. That's on the right hand side, board number 4. It's the long piece. 161. We need more of those guys. We already pulled it out, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One on the bottom here. And let's start from the top. All right, so with the shorter side, with the little T there, sail on the left. We're gonna do from the, not the first, let's line up the ones on the bottom. Start from here. Not all the way at the bottom. That's where we're gonna, wait. The holes that are further away, we're gonna do this way. All right, so we're gonna line up from this one. So I have 2 holes that are still lining up. You want to start, I guess, with the 1, 2, 3, third hole from the top. And then just one by one. All right, then you need part number 176 and 175. Two 176 and 175. 175 is going to be right below 160 here, a little bit to the right of the center line. And then 176, they're on, I want to say right at the center, almost at the top. All right, I'm going to don't need these part, kind of hard to get to. All right, so this one I'm going to separate with my hobby knife. One, and there's a second connection point. With the two from the back, it's going to go into the two up, the fourth hole and the second hole, into the back of 174. Then 175 is going to go let's see, we need to line up. I'm going to go into the other two holes. And then from the top, we're going to rotate the 176 the other direction, and it's going to go in the other four holes that are opening, simultaneously locking the sail into place. All right, all the way in. And then the last 161 piece is going to go into 177, which is on board number 4. That's top right corner here. I broke that piece off. I don't need it anymore. And that one's going to go, let's see, with the hole facing outwards. This thing is perpendicular to the sail, and make sure that hole is sticking out outside of the sail, going away, just like this. And that's our M1. Let's see, now we need parts number 180, 178, 179. Let's see, 178 right here, the one with arrows on it. 179 is little to the diagonally to the right towards the top. 180 is on the bottom to the left of the center line. 181 is going to be, let's see, a little bit above the middle on the left hand side here. And then 182s, they're on the bottom to the left of the center line. All right, so 182 gonna go from the back bottom on into the 180 with a thicker portion towards the center of the part 80. And then let's see which parts, they're not symmetrical. Okay, so they need to go the angled part into the 182. I'm gonna use the helping tool to get that thing in. Angled part where the tabs are slightly angled, right? Yes. I'm using my helping tool to insert those. They're pretty tight. 181 is gonna go from the bottom. 179 needs to be waxed, of course. And that's gonna go into the sail. We're gonna do 178 with the arrows towards the top. Then 179. Then it's gonna go through 182 with these little tabs facing downwards. And well, I should have mentioned that that arrow should have been towards the top. And then 181 is gonna lock that on the bottom there. Next step is part 183. And that one's gonna go, that's top left. It's gonna go down from the top. And let's see, the sail is gonna be on the back towards the right hand side. This is gonna be from here. We're gonna go to the second hole and then lock it in. Then step number 3 on the bottom there, we need parts number 184. They're a little bit above the middle on the left hand side, and then bottom left, 2 of them. And all 3 need to be waxed. One, two, three, and they're gonna go over the part, the long piece, and I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax on that little part too, just to make sure that I can get these over all the way to the bottom. 1, 2, and 3, and that's our M. Moving on to the page number 40, and then it's going to get installed into these 4 tabs with this guy. Squeeze it in under the into here. Oh, it should be facing outward like this. Oh, it doesn't matter. It rotates. Oh wait, this way. Towards the front with the sail, and then the bottom piece, I mean this piece, gonna go through the hole at the top, push it in, and 183 is gonna lock it. That's the one on the bottom left. Same thing, we're gonna need to bring it from, let's see what side. If we're looking, I guess it wouldn't matter. We're gonna turn it around, but that's the way that shows. It's gonna go down in here and then into the hole. And for now, we're good. Now we need the string again. And now we need 550 millimeters. Make sure I'm still recording with you guys. Yes, I'm still here. So now we need 500. I'm gonna do almost 600 here just to be on the safe side, because I'm probably gonna struggle a little. And I'm gonna do the same thing. Find my needle. Use the wax. Wax this portion up. once again, if you have any other solution, I will gladly take it into the consideration for my next build. And now this is going to go through the needle. You guys going to see my other struggle. Need more wax. To make it nice and flat. And make sure it doesn't separate. So far, this is the best solution that I have found. I guess in my case, it's better to struggle once with the needle than struggle with like 18 holes or whatever, how many holes we need to go through. Need struggle, struggle, struggle. There you go. I'm in. You guys still there? All right, so we're gonna go through this hole here first. And the sail. Let's see. And now, as we push it through, we need to create a loop and tie a knot at the end there. And so go over, in, underneath, into the hole. And tie it over one and over, underneath, into the hole. Two. Cut off the excess. Make sure it's nice and tight. Cut off the excess. And I'll do my little trick. Make sure you're not like very close to the sail. And I screwed her up because I was too much heat, which caused it to melt the actual string. So don't do it at home. It's a recommendation, it's not a necessity. You can just keep your little knots that you created. I was trying to stay away from the sail, not to burn that up, and then I burned the string instead. All right, one more try. Good thing I still have the needle in it. I'm repeating the steps from before. Quick fire. Nice and tight. All right, and now the fun part. We need to go through this hole from the bottom. Into this guy. So there's a second hole on these parts, so I guess we can lower one. That part, little circle down. Then we're gonna go with the needle, we're gonna go through here, through this hole. Go in. Let's say we're gonna need to come down. No, we don't need to come down just yet. And that one we can bring down now as you went through it. Now you can install it and then lock it up with the other 175, I think I remember, or whatever the part was. Now we need to go all the way up, and we need to go through that double hole. That's where your needle comes into play again. You guys can see it? Yeah. So we need to go through that double hole, and we pull it out. Move to the next page. And now we hold the needle. As we hold it, in step number 4, we rotate counter clockwise from the top. Make sure here it's rotating nice, and at the top too. And puts nice and tight the string on here, so like you release a little bit of a string, so whatever leftovers are there. We need to, let's see, I'm gonna put the needle on the side. We need to wrap around this guy and through this slot, and then put 185, which is in the last part on the board number 4, over this as far as it can go, and then we cut that excess part out, excess string, just like this. And that's our subassembly N. Moving on to the next step, I guess the last one, or a few last ones. Making sure we're still there. We need 900 more millimeters of the string. All right, we got one last assembly, or one last section to do. We're on page number 43, and we need 900 millimeters, 35 inches. Let me see, I got like a little nut on there. So 900 millimeters of the string. And let's see, we need to push it through this little tiny hole. I'm gonna do the same thing as before. Once again, I think I figure out a little system for myself. And then that system is to use a needle. Just because pushing it through, I mean, you guys can try it through the hole yourself. Doesn't seem like it's working very well for me. Is I'm using glasses, reading glasses, in order to be able to do all this fun stuff. And these holes are tiny. Then the string also comes apart. So as it comes apart, it's almost impossible to put it into the hole. So I figured like putting it into the needle hole is a little bit easier, just because it's a longer, yes, it's tinier, but it's a longer elongated hole, right? So, which makes it a little easier to put the actual needle into it. All right, so let's see, I need to go from the top, or I'll go from the bottom, in this case on left hand side. And push the string over, and we need to put a knot on there, so loop it, loop it around, make a knot, and do it a second time to create a double knot. Just like this, tie it up. And as you tie it, you have that little extra left here, and that little extra we're gonna cut off. And as before, I'll do a slight, very easy run over with the lighter just to go through it. All right, so we did that hole. Step number two. Step number two is that we go to the top and we go through the middle hole here. Then we go into the center hole and the, whatever the name for it is. Then we turn and go down into the hole on the opposite side. Pull it out from there. Moving on to the page number 43. And we're almost done there. So page number 43, we need to go through the hole on the other side of the, on the right side, port side, I think, of the yacht. Pull it through. Remove the needle if you have one. And then we need to create a knot, double knot on here. One and two. All right, and then we cut it off. We have a little bit extra string left in case if you run out. I'm gonna do my little trick here just to make sure it doesn't untie, and we're done with the assembly. And so this completes the whole thing. These are down, everything is down. All right, so now almost completes the assembly. Let's see, our if we rotate this, that's the sail's gonna go up. Then this rotation You need to help yourself a little bit on the top there. But this will untie the second sail. That's with the sails. Then we do have a little anchor that you can go up and down using this dial. And let's see, the key will go in here as the storage. Right in a hole in here, and then same thing as before. Stop, we push it into the stop. There's a winding mechanism here, so we use the key to insert over the mechanism or over that rod, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then let's see, let's clear up a little bit of a room and let it go. And it is pretty heavy. We do need to work that mechanism a little bit. So let's see. So it does unwind, but if you can hear like a little bit, it's stuck. It gets stuck a little bit, so we need to play with it as much as possible. The more you play with it, the easier it's going to become to wind it or to work it, and then eventually will just go by itself. So if I give it a little push, it'll does that. So I recommend probably at least maybe like 15-20 times winding and unwinding this thing, and then it will go nice and smooth. And the boats will go left and right, just like this, unwinding. There you go. So that's on the third try, right? So there's a little bit of a movement by itself. So a few more tries, it should work nice and easy. Alright, mine got stuck. There we go. Alright, so I want to play with it a little bit longer. That's the playtime that I was talking about a little bit earlier in the assembly, that you need to make sure that it's completely free of any kind of burrs, and then it will go further and further. So we got some movement here. So I want to play with it as much as possible, as before. Very slow boat. Let's see if I remove, oh, a little bit better when I remove the there we go. All right, so pretty much this completes our assembly. Once again, just to get it rolling, you need to play with it maybe for another, once you have that little motion. So I'd say maybe another like 10-15 times. It should roll back and forth the way it's supposed to be and the way it's designed. Once again, we can roll the sails. This one, there's not enough wax, or we just need to work it in a little bit. So we can do this side to roll it up. And this guy, we can roll it up, roll it down, I mean. That's our sails and the anchor, to put it on the anchor. If you guys need or have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them below. Once again, I'm kind of hoping for some feedback on the stringing and see how we can accomplish that. Any questions, once again, comments, you can send us email at info@ugears.us. If you need part replacement, it's the same email address, or you can contact the manufacturer directly at customer service at ugearsmodels.com. Part replacement directly from the manufacturer, you can do it on their website, ugearsmodels.com. There is a link for part replacement. And if you purchased it from one of the local stores, here in US, that's direct through us. We're a distributor, and you can then send email request and we'll replace it at no charge. If you bought it on Amazon or from the manufacturer, there will be a small shipping fee just to cover the charges, but part replacement is free as long as we have it in stock. Otherwise, we'll direct you to the manufacturer in that case. Once again, this was Dimitri with Ukidz and UGears.us. Don't forget to visit our website for more wonderful, interesting models. Also, we do have sister website ukidstoys.com. That's UKIDZTOYS.com. There's a lot of interesting and fun toys there too. Don't forget to check it out. And I'll see you guys next assembly. Have a good day.